Hi, Dennis.
Hey, Alice, how are you? Good morning.
I'm fine, thank you.
Okay, let me use this time to test my camera.
Okay.
Can you see me well?
Yeah, but yes, it's now a bit clear.
Oh, it was a bit darker.
Yeah, it's not like last Saturday.
I think I need to improve on that.
Okay, but I think it's okay right now. So, hi, Mercy and Jeremy.
Hi, everyone.
Hi to you, Mercy. Welcome. I think Jeremy is connecting. Grace, how are you?
Hi, morning.
Morning to you. You're welcome.
Thank you.
Jeremy, you can hear us. So let's wait for a few guys to join. Phoebe?
Hi, I can hear you.
Okay, you're welcome.
Thank you.
Let's give them about 5 minutes so that you can join. And we can get started. So Dennis, you said you shall be taking us through the last phase of neural network.
Yes, I'll be winding up on the RNN basically, and then, now from next weekend we will then conclude on CNN. On neural networks, we'll only do RNN and CNN, and then after that, I think I didn't do a basic introduction into TensorFlow because I think it's also important people know the interfaces where we have 2.1 and 1.0, and then after that I think we'll be good with that. And what follows will then be machine learning APIs, because only people nowadays use Amazon, and the like. So I'd also take them through now in the subsequent weekend.
All right. So today it's just finalizing on.
Yeah, exactly. I'll just
RNN, and then we shall be remaining with CNN and TensorFlow.
Exactly. So next weekend will likely be a bit longer, like last weekend, because I'll have to do slides, and then after that I'll have to do the notebook as well.
No problem. So probably next week you're the only one who will be taking through the session.
Probably.
Yes. So Jagonna, you're welcome. You can hear us.
Sorry, good morning.
Morning to you.
Yeah, thank you. I'm happy to join you.
Yeah, you're much welcome. Also Tanvir, good morning.
Sorry, I'm late.
Okay, much welcome. You're good, you're doing good. All right, you're much welcome.
Thank you.
Who else is joining? So as probably we wait for the others to join, and before Dennis starts, I would like to share with you something here that we have come up with for the GIS purposes, location intelligence. So we have some application here, which I will share with you the link. Then you will go to your Play Store and upload the same. So let me share here. So there goes the link. So you guys can download it using your mobile app devices. You've seen it.
Yeah.
Yes, so you can download and then I'll take you through on how you can be able to use that and probably make use of it in matters location intelligence. Ernest, how are you? Ernest, you can hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, okay, welcome.
Okay, thank you.
So yeah, so you can be downloading it. Anybody who is able to download? So let me share the credentials here. The one that you'll use to sign in with. The username. So we have that one. That's the username and password. So password is password. That's what you shall type. Anybody who is able to download already?
Download what? Sorry, I'm late.
Oh, you are. So we download an application that we shall be using for location intelligence purposes. Let me share the link. You can see it, Thomas and Millicent. Karibuni.
Yes, I can see it.
Yes. Okay, are you guys able to download so that I can take you through the interface?
Yep.
And you already have it?
Yeah, I have it. I've installed. I've logged in. I'm now called Timothy Oriedo.
Okay, sure. So now you can go and you turn the location on.
I think by default I've activated it.
Oh yeah, sure. Okay, so I assume it is on. So
Yeah.
then you try to capture an image and then you fill in the details. The way it's bringing, you capture anything, you name it, quantity and the cost, and then you upload.
All right. Let's take a
Yeah, so everybody who has done the download already can try that out. And then now I'll take you to our site and you shall be able to see the image there. Mercy, are you able to download?
Yes.
Are you already uploaded the image?
I'm uploading now.
Okay. The NFB, have you uploaded? So from there, you shall go to this site. So this one will guide you through. So I think for the guys who are using iPhones, we're in the process of developing the iOS. So probably you shall just see the steps, and once the iOS is ready, you shall be good to go. So for now, it's only Android that you can be able to download it on. So who else? Nelly, how are you? Hi, Nelly.
Hi.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Thank you.
Yeah, so we are downloading an application that we shall be using for students. Can you be able to see the link?
Yeah, let me try.
On the chat.
Is it on chat?
Yeah, sure. So just check, and then if you don't have, I can reshare.
Okay.
Jogona, are you able to upload the image?
Yes, I've been able.
Cool. And Ernest? Sure.
Please, Risha, I can't see it.
All right. So there goes the link, and the credential are these ones.
Okay, let me
Set
see.
the credential. You will use that.
I've seen.
All right. Who else?
Okay, thank you.
James. James,
Yes.
how are you?
Yes.
Yes, you can see the link and the sign-in credentials.
Yeah. From the chat, huh?
Yeah, so you just download that from Play Store, and then capture any image, even if it's random, and then upload it. To just name the name, the quantity, and the cost, and then upload.
Okay.
So let me assume half of us have the application. And now let me share the screen on how you'll be able to navigate that one out to the site, the GIS site. The GIS site. So now you can navigate to that site, gs.predictiveanalytics.co.ke. Let me share my screen. You are all here. You can see my screen.
Yes.
Yeah, so this is right. So after you've uploaded the images, let me minimize. Yeah, you can be, you'll come here, there is some guideline, map legend, you can see mobile uploads, billboards, ATMs, NSSF, Uber data, and all those banks, schools, and blah, blah, blah. So we also have the data categorized in different data sets. So like once you upload the image from your mobile, you'll come and click here, mobile uploads. You click mobile uploads, and then now you are on map. So once you click that, you shall be able to see a yellow thing inside the map, because it should like show with this yellow drop pin. Let me try minimize it. So you come and click there. Click the list one which has been uploaded. Let me see. Someone has uploaded this, right? From Saracen, Lenny. So someone can share his screen so that I take you through from your own uploads. Tanvir, you can share yours.
Just a moment.
Just share, and then you click on the uploads. Then you go on the yellow pin. Tanvir, are you ready? Or you choose another person? Cool. So you can go to mobile uploads. Click on mobile uploads. And then now your location. You can see the yellow pin. So you click on that.
Okay.
Which one is yours?
Looking for Westlands.
Westlands, yeah. I had seen a pin for Westlands.
There it is.
Okay, just click on the minus on your far left. Oh yeah, there. It's there.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the picture you have captured.
Yes.
Yeah, now you can be able to see it. And then now you can go to satellite just above there so that you can see the location well. Yeah, the satellite. Now you can zoom kidogo. You can even be able to see at the top of your house there once you zoom out.
Okay.
Tigai. Yeah, exactly. That's not. Yeah.
You're welcome home now. Now that you know where I am.
Thank you very much. Shall come take coffee. So I'm sure that's your location.
Yes.
So that's how powerful the platform is. You can now be able to use it to do a lot of targeting, advertisement, and all those. So from there, you can just on your screen, you can now click. Probably you want to see the probably you want to have a look on how the CBD is looking like right now. So you can click on Nairobi sublocations there. Click on Nairobi sublocations on the map legend.
Over here.
Yeah. Okay, now you can, yeah, sure. Zoom in a bit.
Satellite.
Yeah, satellite also should be on. No, just zoom in so you can see the sublocations well within Nairobi first. Yeah, you click the minus. No, minus. Click again, the minus.
Minus.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. Okay, yeah, so this is now the metropolitan within Nairobi. If you zoom in kidogo, you can be able to see kina Kiambu, Kajiado, all those, Ruiru, Machakos County, Kajiado, you can be able to have a look at the visualization well. Yeah, that way. Now you can, and then there is this feature here, over here, on the top left, nako kamechorwa kamtu. So you can click on that.
All right.
And then you can try drag that. So just click there and try drag it around any place. Yeah.
Yeah, nimefika pale.
You dragged it there.
Yeah.
Then try now. Yeah, it can be able to tell you what's happening in real time. So you can drop that. Now you see, you can be able to see these guys. They are there currently. What's the location there? I think it's Paradise Lost. I think it's a launch or something, yeah. So this is the actual real time happening right now. Yes, you can drop it anywhere around Thika Road, Nairobi, CBD, Westlands, around anywhere you want to drop it. And then it will be able to show you. So I think it has a lot of features. That was just a bit of introduction. And now because of time and Kevin was to finalize with the RNN, I think we shall just finalize that. And then everybody, I think you have installed that. So once we get to the part of location intelligence, we shall be able to interact with the platform more and more. I hope you found that very informative. So you can keep on navigating and playing around with it. And then we get to that point at a later stage. So thank you, Tanvir. Yeah, no, Dennis?
Yes.
You able to navigate to that?
Yes, I was able. I've seen those features there. I've seen the banks, the mobiles.
Exactly. Now, yeah. If you want to tell banks are within Nairobi, you just click on the banks. If it's schools, you just click on schools and
Yes.
so on.
Okay.
Yeah, so you can keep on, yeah?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, you can keep on interacting with the platform, and probably if you have an inquiry, you can also keep asking.
Okay.
Yes, how are you?
Yeah. Alice, are you talking to me?
No, I'm asking Millicent. Millicent, are you with us? Okay, so let me share the link again to install the application, and then we get started by Dennis. And then we shall learn a bit later. Justin?
Yes, Alice, good morning.
Good morning to you. Much welcome.
Thank you. Sorry, we had internet issues.
Okay, no problem. We have not even started of introduction of location intelligence.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'm sharing the link that you will use to download an application that we got from the Play Store.
Okay.
And then you can be able to, I will give you steps on how you'll be able to capture images and then upload it on the GA site.
All right. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. So Dennis, I think you can continue now.
Okay, thank you, Alice. I think that was quite informative and interesting. Thank you so much. So, good morning, guys.
Morning.
Morning, Dennis.
Good morning.
Morning.
Okay, I'm happy to hear some of your voices. I really love engaging people and ensuring that we are together. Lest we do a video, but it's not necessary. So I think today mine is quite brief. I'll just contextualize two use cases of RNN, and then after that, we will then conclude on the last notebook we are handling. And then basically we'll call it a day for RNN, but you can always reach out to me in case you may need help. And then I'd like to commend Gikonyo because he had missed the first I think the first session actually, but he's made steps to ensure that he's caught up with us and he's on track. And that's quite commendable, except that maybe once in a while it might be so hard to catch up and and ensure that we have a makeup class together. But when I always get time, I can always reach out to you guys and we see how to support you. So this is a use case of a neural network in place where Uber is using a typical case of RNN to try and analyze and get to understand what is the kind of customer feedback. What do people think? What is the opinion about the services at Uber, and why is then Uber the best taxi around, the best taxi services around. So basically, this is the data source. The data source is where the ticket information is, and then the ticket text, of course, indicating the information about the user, and of course the driver, and then the trip data. So you can be very certain that this particular, that's why we have the option of rating and be able to understand that which driver is good, which driver is bad. That will advise you on even which driver you're going to choose. When you see the rating is poor, of course, that's a red flag. So you would also choose not to. So basically, this is the first step. This is now a typical use case in the industry. You look at the data sources from Uber, the ticket info, the ticket text, and then the trip data. And then what we've been seeing and always going through is now the pre-processing step, where we have tokenization. Of course, we break it down to n-grams, or if not n-grams, we break it down to words, and then characters if it's a paragraph or larger than that. And then we have lower casing, we have stop words, removal. Stop words are words that have no meaning, do not carry weight in terms of the analytics. For example, they, and, they're just joining words, or however, moreover, they do not really have analytical meaning to the end. That's an example of a stop word. And then we have lemmatization. Lemmatization is tracking a word by the root. It's almost like tokenization, but now in this case, you are trying to get the word further. And you now, I'm sorry, maybe you could. Okay, thank you. Yeah, sure. Yeah, so that is lemmatization. So those are all pre-processing steps, basically. But the main one that we're going to look at is the tokenization. So at your own time, look at lemmatization, look at stemming, and try to have the same thoughts. And then with feature engineering, now you're choosing your model. You're preparing your data, and you are now trying to apply different mathematical models in understanding and in interpreting and analyzing your data. And then right here, we have the machine learning algorithm. Let's say in this case, maybe RNN. If it were maybe videos and high dimensional images, we would then maybe go for CNN. So that is where we have the pointwise ranking. That is just, in simple words, it's just the ML algorithm now in place. And then after that, of course, it gives us the results and the predictions. Is there an issue? If there's a problem, then what is the solution? So that's just a typical use case of the algorithms, rather than neural networks. I'll show you a second one, and then from there, we can then proceed to our class. So right here, we have, imagine this is, you're a forensic officer, or a forensic, I don't know how they call them, the FBI guys. So you've gone to a scene of crime, and you are supposed to collect evidence. And maybe it's been distorted because, you know, the criminals, they have their own ways of getting away. So they would distort the scene and so on and so forth. So basically, you can also use neural networks to be able to regenerate the images. You regenerate the images, and then you fragment from the different fragments that they are, you refragment, like you bring them back together and understand and get to contextualize what was happening in this particular scene and what led this to the other. And once you form the pictures and you have a clear picture of how the scene looks like, from there it's quite possible now to do your analysis, and of course getting the evidence from the particular scene. So right here you can see, for example, this is in the ocean. A particular, let me pick one image. Okay, look at the second one. Maybe this one looks a bit more direct. It picks different fragments. Maybe this one is the bed, and then this should be the lamplight, and then right here should be pillow. Actually, even the first one is actually pillow, and then the last one is the lamp. But then this one can be able to reconstruct and bring back the different fragments all together. Yeah, so those are quite good examples of the use cases of neural networks. So I know in different industries, once in a while, I'll also be looping in and try to find out what are the use cases in your different industries so that you can be able to help you contextualize and apply at your workplaces so that it wouldn't just be that it was a stage of passage. So allow me to proceed. Lest I have a question on the same, but it's just a typical use case. So the objective of this particular RNN sheet that we are trying to handle was on classifying different images, because these were digits. Just give me a moment. Let me address something. I think maybe now there is no more background noise. Okay, thank you. So the first step that we did was to first import the particular version of TensorFlow that we'd like to use, and that was TensorFlow 1.0. Like I said before, there are further developments depending on, there's what we call schedules within TensorFlow. So right now we are at should be 2.1, yeah. And 2.0 was last updated in last year, September. Yeah, sure. So they have different capabilities, because in terms of TPUs and GPUs, they keep improving the speed and the functionality, so that if you want to run, let's say, a higher number of images, or if you want to do an analysis of a larger video, particularly, or a more unstructured video, yeah, likely then that would come in handy. So basically here, we import our TensorFlow version. It's taking so long. Okay, so once it said TensorFlow 1.0 selected, that's it. So don't worry about following through. I'll share this notebook as is. Then you can be able to start. Juguna, okay, thank you. So the next one would be then you disable the functionalities of any other version of TensorFlow that might have been there, so that you restrict this environment to TensorFlow 1.0. And then right here, we use import TensorFlow.compat.v1 as TF. TF just stands for TensorFlow. And then disable tf.disable underscore v2 underscore behavior. Then the parenthesis. So the next one, we then imported our data set. So MNIST is a collection of images. It's a library for a collection of images within Keras. We have MNIST. When we even get to CNN, you'll see different ones by Google and different communities that have developed just a collection of data sets. When you start participating in hackathons, for those who may be interested, you'll realize that they keep improving the analytics on such libraries. So those are some of the challenges. You'll be told maybe try and do and select the best model, try and run and see which is the best model. Whoever will come up with the least loss and then the highest accuracy, that now becomes the winner in that particular hackathon. Sorry. So from keras.datasets, we import MNIST, because this library is within these datasets within keras.datasets. And then we import NumPy as NP, which I'm sure we are quite familiar with, and it's been quite repetitive from the first stage. And then we import matplotlib as .pyplot as PLT. Remember, pyplot is simply a sub-library or mini library of matplotlib. plot, that is. So another important thing that I should also mention, that typically when you do machine learning, you'll realize that you have to choose your X dataset and your Y dataset, and then you split, you test, you train, and you also split. You test, you split, and you train. So in the case of MNIST, you already have X and Y datasets. So for you, it's just to call, just to choose. That's why we have X train, X underscore train, then Y train, and then X test, Y test is equals to MNIST.load. This is the function for you to load that particular dataset. So you should give it time until when it's done running. You will check this particular cell here to confirm that it's done running. So the next one, we just wanted to visualize and see how our X-train may look like. And remember that even as you do your analytics, there's where we reshape. It has to come in the form of an array or a matrix for it to be able to be analyzed using the different models. So, and then next, we were able to define our hyperparameters and of course choose our parameters, the number of neurons, the learning rate, and of course so on. So I'd also request you, even as I share this notebook, actually go to the neural network playground. Let me just share that link for those who might have missed. It will give you a clear picture of how neural network functions, of course, without limitation. It doesn't, you're not limited to maybe just RNN. Yeah. Let me get to share that now while. Yeah, so we choose our hyperparameters. I don't know why I'm having a difficulty. Okay, I'll just get to send together with the notebook. So you look at the neural network playground, it will give you a clear picture of the flow of a neural network. So we then choose our hyperparameters. We have the number of neutrons as 128 in this case. And like I've always said, you look at your model performance and keep adjusting. If it's taking too long to train, then you maybe increase the learning rate to maybe 0.002 or 0.003. And then the batch size, you will be training your data in batches. So that is basically the batch size, because you have to actually select the batch size for you to train your data sets, to train your model. And then next is the number of epochs. So the number of epochs is simply now the measure of the number of times you're going to train your model. Yeah, that's it. Those are the hyperparameters. And again, I insist, when you keep doing this, when you keep interacting, it even gets more familiar. It might look like rocket science, as Moses said last time, but once you familiarize yourself, you keep doing it time and again, things now start to flow and you get to understand how things run. Like currently, I'm handling a project in image detection, because there is a company that would like to automate, they would like to train cameras so that they can be able to detect when somebody is taking a wrong turn at the T-junction. So at that particular point, you may not need a police officer for control of traffic. So immediately to alert them that so and so this vehicle, and then the image is taken and sent directly to the particular work session, and then that person will be pursued, or maybe police would be at a particular place, so they'll be able to know and tell that this particular person has followed the rules at the T-junction. So you see, you will come across many use cases, and you need then to have a key understanding of the same. And then now we choose our parameters, which, like I said, we have 28 rows and 28 columns. And the number of classes, we have 10, which is simply the number of outputs. So we have the steps as the rows, and then the inputs as 28. N is just for number, N stands for number. And then the outputs, which is also the classes expected outputs. So next, which is also quite vital, and we did just a basic intro to the same, was you explore your data and you try to understand and look at the shape. So right here, you can display the shape of your X train, the shape of your X test, the shape of your Y train, and the shape of your Y test, and be able to look at how it looks like. Right here, you can see that these are 60,000 images with 28 rows and 28 columns, all compacted. They have to be compacted, and they have to come in the form of an array for you to be able to do your to train your model. Otherwise, that would be randomized, and it might not be possible. And then right here at Y train underscore all, you can see we reshape our Y train to take the form of an identity matrix, a 10 by 10 identity matrix. That's why we have np.i. And if you may remember that np.i would enable you to produce an identity matrix that is in NumPy. I think those were some of the basics that you were able to look at while you were getting started. So you would then just try to see and to look at one of the images that have been drawn, because these are drawn images. You'd be able to look at one of them, plt.imshow. Of course, remember we already imported Matplotlib for visualization.
Hi.
So, hi.
Dennis.
Yes, James.
Just wanted maybe a clarification on when you're changing the shape.
Yes.
Does it work like the same way when maybe the data is maybe not photos, maybe when you're dealing with numerical data?
Yeah.
As in np.i, bracket 10 between the brackets, does that shape like work also with maybe numerical data?
Yeah, it would work with numerical data, but in the case of arrays, if you want to, okay, yeah, it's possible. That is possible. You cannot be able to transform it into a matrix, to an identity matrix, even in numerical data.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, you're welcome. So the next step would then visualize. We would pick the very first one in our array, the very first X train. That is the very first image. That's why we are choosing on 0, and then CMAP is simply for the color of your image. It's black and white. When you choose gray, it will give you black and white, and then you run this argument to give you the particular title for this. So basically, this would help you then just visualize one of them when you use plt.imshow. Imshow is for image show. Okay, so the next thing you may remember, we had we have a simple RNN, which I just call it an RNN, recurrent neural network. The key feature of a recurrent neural network is that it has memory, as opposed to MLP, a multi-layer perceptron, and CNN, which do not have memory because they do not have the recurrent feature. They do not train using backpropagation. They only look at the feed forward aspect of neural networks. And we have the simple RNN, and then we have LSTM, that is long short-term memory. So you will use long short-term memory when you have an aspect of vanishing gradient. So right here, we want to compile and of course evaluate our model. that from keras.models, import sequential. Sequential, you'll actually use it when you're dealing with layers. Anytime you're dealing with layers, especially in images, you're going to use sequential. And then next, we now choose our different functions that we are going to use. We have like dense, then activation, and dropout. Dropout, like I said last time, will help you remove any unnecessary images. That is when you drop out. And then activation, sorry. Activation would then determine the loss. It will calculate the loss. That's why it's an activation function. Then we have dense. Dense would ensure that it compacts your images so that it's able to analyze. And then next, we have from keras.layers.recurrent. We simply import the different models, simple RNN, LSTM, and GRU. And then I'd also request you that find time to look at these different models. Go to Medium. If you may remember, I shared the link last time. Try to read more articles on the same, and you'll get even a deeper understanding of the same. And then, so right here, we then use a particular activation function. We have softmax, we have sigmoid, we have hyperbolic tangent. Sigmoid, more likely you will use it when you are dealing with a linear problem. But now, right here, you're looking at images and even multiple images. If maybe to one, or you're looking at a simple array of the images, we then go for a sigmoid function. So remember that the activation function will be able to calculate the loss and tell you the particular loss. So next, we then compile our model. By compiling simply is that we would need to project our loss. So we will use sparse categorical cross entropy. You'll use cross entropy to be able to also project and give you your loss. But then for you to calculate, you'll use softmax. And then optimizer. Optimizer simply now reduces the loss. Optimizer, you'll use the optimizer to reduce the loss. If you may remember, I mentioned gradient descent or stochastic gradient descent. That was a typical case in the recurrent neural networks that you use to reduce the loss. But in such a scenario, and in most cases, you're going to use Adam optimizer. You'll use it to reduce your loss, especially when you're doing image analysis. You're likely to encounter Adam more than often. This is so because Adam is a more, I'd say it's a better optimizer compared to gradient descent when you are now using a larger set of rather more data sets, and then when the model complexity is also higher. And then the metrics that we are going to use to determine our model performance is accuracy. We look at the accuracy and be able to tell what then does it look like. Is it of a higher accuracy, of a lower accuracy? If it's of a lower accuracy, you try to optimize further. And then if it's of a lower accuracy, you come back to the hyperparameters and you try to fine tune, you try to change, you increase the learning rate, you reduce the learning rate. Like, I think that must have been Grace or somebody who asked, or Victoria, on then how do you choose? The performance of your model will determine then how you adjust. And remember, it cannot, if it performs like 100% and gives you an accuracy of 100%, there are more red flags to raise. That's an aspect of overfitting. It's either your data sets are way less, or then the type of model, the model that you've chosen is so complex for the problem that you're handling. So that would advise you to change the hyperparameters. So when you print model.summary, that will give you the summary of your model. Would give you the summary of your model. That is when you use model.summary, that should be able to give you the summary of your model. And then next, we then fit the model. You fit the model, that is X train, Y train, the number of epochs. we chose 5. It's going to train. That's why you can see 1/5. And then the second measure, or the second time it's training. Then the third time it's training. Then the fourth time. Then the fifth time. As you may realize right here, your accuracy actually keeps reducing. That's is it increasing or reducing? It's, let me see. The first time is 0.93, and then it increases, and then it increases further. It increases further, and then it reduces. So this would then tell you that maybe you need to adjust your batch size, or you need to adjust your learning rate. But basically, this is now the aspect of epochs. How many times, in how many measures are you going to train your model? So then the batch size, as we had chosen, is 125, and then you'll use verbose to be able to give you the output. You'll use verbose to be able to show you the output of your training. And that's why we look at it in this particular way. So we have the loss and we have the accuracy. You can see that the loss will keep reducing, and the accuracy, in essence, should keep increasing. The more you train, the more it improves. That's why we introduce the aspect of noise and bias. The more you train with even more data sets, the more the loss reduces, and the more the accuracy increases. But in one or two circumstances, you might find weird experiences. Yes, you are training, but now the loss increases further. Like you can see even here, it reduces. This one was a bit high, it reduces, then it increases again, then it reduces further, and then it increases slightly. So again, it should be up to you to try and change your hyperparameters and find the best hyperparameters to optimize your model and make sure that you get the minimum loss but a higher accuracy. So when you run model.evaluate, it should be able to give you the performance of your model.
Dennis, sorry, as we wait for you to run, I have a question.
Yeah, please do.
So what do you pay more attention to? Is it the loss or the accuracy?
Oh, that's quite a good question. So there would be, certainly there would be a trade-off between the two, but pay more attention to the accuracy. What is the accuracy of your model? But there would be a trade-off. Always have a balance of the two. Your loss is 2, but they would also run concurrently. The moment, like you saw above, the moment your loss reduces, likely your accuracy also increases. But if you realize a weird behavior, then that advises you to go back to your hyperparameters. But pay more attention to your accuracy, but have a balance of the two. Okay?
Okay.
Yeah, sure. As you look at your accuracy, also refer to the loss.
Okay.
Yeah, sure. I trust even by the time we'll be moving to CNN, things will be getting more familiar. So, of course, now the last step is to evaluate your model and look at the performance. So you can see it's training. Now it's trying to determine the performance. If you are so keen, at first, before I even run this particular cell, the accuracy was at 99%, but look at it now, it's at 88. Typically, it's actually reduces. For your Y test, for your X test, it's at 34. So that would, when you run model.evaluate, it should be able to give you the accuracy of your model. Will this now model be able to typically, or be able to classify your images correctly? Will it be able to tell that this figure is number 5, this figure is number 6? Because they are handwritten and people have different handwritings, likely this can be a 5 for me, but on your side, this can actually be an S or something. So it will be able to classify images, and you look, when you check and when you keep rechecking your model performance, your model evaluation or your model performance, as it increases, then that tells you that this will likely give us a better results, and actually would be recommended for the same. So the next step, I think I may not really take you through the same, because it's a repeat. I think I must have had a mix up of the same. But this one, I need to again reintroduce you to functions, because at one point you need to define a function right here, as opposed to the other one whereby we do not train it from scratch. We already have commands set in, built-in functions, like we've seen before. There are times you need then to, when you do not have, for example, defined data sets, you need to come up with a function. So that is something we would look at in our future classes. Yeah, sure. That for me then would form as the basis of our introduction to neural networks and recurrent neural networks. I look forward to having a session on CNN. Most of these, actually on almost all the aspects, expect that you'll be changing the model or the algorithm will be the same. So as much as the more you do, the more you get familiar with it, the more you contextualize. And you then choose, depending on the industry that you fall in, which one is more relevant to my case, which one is not relevant. And you go by what fits your size. There is no one size fit for all. Thank you. I think call it a day. Maybe if I have any questions before I ask you a few questions. So anytime you'll be doing a data science problem, the very first step is not choosing your algorithms, not choosing your model, is understanding your problem statement. That is under actually experimental design. You understand your model statement, your problem statement, sorry. What is the problem that you're trying to solve? Then from there, you go to experimental design. You get, I think that when we looked at in the data science flow, you get an understanding of what can work and what cannot work. And then from there, you then go into choosing your model. Of course, you pre-process, you clean. Pre-processing is just a process of cleaning and trying to see what works best and what does not work best. Then from there, then you choose your model, and then you'll find that we have parameters, we have parameters. You then choose and see what works best for you. So I'm not sure if I have a question, but it's my hope that I delivered this well. And I would really, because I'm in that group, you can just side chat me and tell me what's your feedback on the same, because I would seek to then improve where maybe I'm moving so fast, where something is not clear. I see how best to address. But today it's because we are finalizing, but I normally prefer a more interactive session where one of you then does it, runs the cells and runs the cells and then gives us the output from your local machine. Then from there it becomes easier. So I'll just get to share the link to this particular notebook. I'll also share now, I'll prepare the exams for you for the last weekend and this weekend, as we then prepare to forge on to the next step. I hope all of you found the link to the slides, and I hope you're comfortable. So yeah, I'll share the neural networks playground, maybe before even that, because I have it right here. Sorry, Gikonya, am I now okay? I think you had said I'm breaking, but I wasn't able to see that. So that is the link to the neural network playground. When you click on it, you will be able to see how a neural network works. Let me just open it for you a sec. And then the next link that I'm meant to share is on Medium. Let me just get one. And I'd also alert you when I publish an article on the same. Medium. Like there's one here, how to build your personal brand as a data scientist. Yeah, so check Medium as well. Create your profile there. I believe maybe you had at the very start of your introduction to data science. And then it will actually give you articles that are it will recommend articles that are tailored to your needs. If it's, let's say you are in the industry of telecom or telco, or maybe say HR analytics or something, it will bring something that is tailored, something that is custom made to your needs. And when you keep reading and keep going, likely, then it would help you. So like I've said before, I intend to take you through now CNN. Then from there, we look at TensorFlow. And then we look at machine learning APIs. And then last but not least, we now look at data monetization. How are you able then to derive value from all these and bring revenue to your company? Because they won't just set up a data analytics department for no reason. It's not a virtual space. It needs to generate income for the company. So I'll just show you the playground as I do conclude. This is for the sake of those who missed. So right here you can see we have our hyperparameters here. That is the number of epochs. And then we have the learning rate. This is it's already pre-trained. You will just be choosing and changing differently. And I may not really understand why actually they chose such a, let me see. Okay. But it will train maybe to a certain number of epochs that have already been set. And then we have the learning rate. You can always adjust. Either you increase or you reduce. And then we have the activation functions. We have sigmoid, we have linear, we have ReLU, and then we have rectifier linear function, linear unit. And then we have hyperbolic tangent as well. And then we have regularization. It can either be L1 or L2. Then regularization rate. So like I've said, this is custom made. That's why it actually looks like this. But when you're building your own, you'd vary the hyperparameters. Once in a while, you might introduce regularization. So regularization is used to penalize your model. It is actually to reduce the loss. It penalizes your model and reduces the loss. It is the same aspect as an optimizer. And then you now choose what type of a problem is it. Is it a classification or is it a regression problem? Yeah, so just find time to look at this, try to understand. Down here is a deeper understanding and explanation of the same. I know from there it should give you a clear picture of how a neural network works. Thank you. Thank you so much. Alice?
Yes, Dennis. Thank you very much.
Think, yeah, it's upon me now to just hand over and say I think I'm done with the RNN. Like I've said, they should feel free to chat me when I have time. We can link up. Yeah. But if it's tricky, I can just give my feedback quickly. But on Gikonyo, we will pursue the matter further. Maybe have a class or two, and then be able to bring you into picture. So thank you so much, guys. I hope you have a fulfilling weekend. Thank you, Alice. You can take over.
Thank you very much, Dennis. I also think they now have a well-founded background in RNN. And as Dennis said, we shall be finalizing the other parts on CNN and TensorFlow and other basic concepts in neural network. So because of time, I think I will welcome David Kanyari, who will be taking us through the Django, as I had mentioned yesterday as I was sharing the email addresses with you by invite. So welcome, Kanyari.
Yes, hello everybody. I hope you're all well.
Yes.
I think we can take a short break, then we start. Just take a breather for like 5 minutes.
Yeah, you can resume 10
minutes. Yeah. So that we refresh, maybe grab a cup of coffee, and then we get rolling.
All right.
All right, and it's 10:40, so 10:50, we start cracking. All right.
David?
Yes?
My sincere apologies. I think I may not be with you in the entire session. You'll allow me to leave. This is some project I'm handling and the automating of a traffic flow management and monitoring system. So I think I'll see you soon, and I'll be able also to look at the recording so that in your subsequent classes, I'll be able to follow through.
Okay.
Okay, Dennis.
Okay, thank you so much. Have a blessed weekend.
You too.
Okay, welcome back. We start now doing our stuff, and we introduce you to Django. Last week, we discussed about what Django is all about. It's basically a web framework done entirely in Python. And I told you to revisit your web design classes, so that because we need those skills basically for HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, and also your knowledge on databases as we go deeper into doing some interesting stuff with Django. We talked about what you needed to have, that is the Python, the database skills, and your web design skills. So now, what is Django? It's basically a framework, and it's written in Python, and it relies on the popular there's popular stuff that is called MVC, that is model, view, and controller. Now that that concept is the same thing that we are going to be dealing with when we are discussing about Django. So we deal with your models, and your model in the object-oriented programming is like your classes or your entity classes. And the view is the functions that map what the user needs to see. And the views is what returns the response that the user sees on the web browser. And for response to be passed, we need to have URLs, that is universal resource locator. That is basically paths. But Django now revisits this and separates these things as there's a model, there's a view, there's a URL, and there's a template. And the template is your HTML file. And your HTML file can now have your CSS, that is for styling, and can also have the JavaScript for interactivity of your web content. So borrowing this on the left side, this is from this is Java, trying to the same philosophy of model, view, controller, where now the model is what is a replica of what you have in your database. For example, mapping the tables as models, so that it eases up your work of trying to save, pull data, update, delete, and select when you are running your SQLs. And the controller handles the business logic and then decides on what output and to what page we are going to forward this output that we have to the web browser so that the user can see. A good example is when you visit a website and the first page is login, you key in your credentials and then you say submit. The credentials are taken up by controller, and then controller calls the necessary functions. And maybe some of these functions could involve queries to the database to see if that user exists, the user with that password exists, and then a response is returned if the user exists and the password and the username match, then the login is successful. And if it doesn't, you get a fail, and then you're told to maybe do a login again. So basically, this is what we are going to be discussing on this Django stuff. So what the user sees is a view, and the model is just hidden somewhere. So the model, the user doesn't see the model, the user doesn't see the controller, the user only sees the view. which is presented as a template on the web browser. So with the controller, you hide your business logic. And this is where you'll be hiding your interesting data analytics algorithms, so that when the user inputs some data, you take up the data, you feed it to your algorithm, and then the results are computed and then returned to the end user, maybe as a graph or some sort of report. And we say that the end user, it doesn't care about the hard work or the sweat and blood that is happening in the controller, or how many days you've taken to develop your model. They look at your presentation of work. How do you present it? So we have to do a very good user interface so that we keep the users interested. That is basically making a nice looking web page. Even if you have complicated models behind in the model, make sure that we get wow the end user, so that they don't get bored. They don't say that thing of yours doesn't work. And they're happy with what they look at. And I'll ask you a question. Have you visited a web page and you closed it immediately? Maybe someone can comment on that. And you open another one, you took your time to look at everything because it was presented very well. Let's have some comments from the participants so that I don't talk to myself for the whole session. What I'm asking is, you visited some web pages or website on your browser and you liked the presentation and you took your time just to have a look at it and enjoy the presentation of the work. In another case, also you visited some other website and you didn't like how things were presented and you closed it immediately. Or you couldn't get what you're looking for. Let me give you an example of my experience. I've visited government websites here in our country, and in the landing page has paragraphs and paragraphs of message from chairman or message from some boss, and I don't think I find that interesting, because that is not what I'm looking for. Because maybe I'm interested in to see, are there data for downloads? Are there reports that I can look at? Are there jobs or such things? So maybe you can share your experience.
Yeah, so here. Hello.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Yeah, it's pretty much what you've said. You go to a crowded job site looking
Yes.
for specific things like a JD, but then the initial few pages as you navigate takes you through unnecessary paragraphs of talking, and they just keep populating it with things you just don't want to see before you get to the rest of it. Yeah.
Exactly. So now that we know that problem, we have to think about these users that I'm making this web application for. What are they interested in? Now, if I know what they're interested in, then I'll make it look very palatable and easy for them to access. Let's go on.
Hi.
So
I have a question.
You have a question? Yes, please.
Yeah, with the previous screen. You can just, could you like give us a real live application whereby we have the user trying to log into a page, whereby we have the views, the controller, and the model working in that kind of scenario? A user trying to log into a page, so that we can basically understand better this point.
You're asking for a live application.
Yeah. Let's say a user is trying to log into a page. Yeah.
Yes.
So the view, is it the login page or?
Yeah, the view is the login page, what the user sees.
Oh, okay. So, and the controller is the authentication.
The logic now.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
The logic now.
And what about the model?
The model is, maybe you have a database called users with their username, their email, when they registered. And now with the controller, you're going to check now this user who has keyed in this password and this username. The controller now handles the database queries to check if that user with this new login username and password exists in that database. If they exist, then the login is successful. You are taken to the next page.
Okay.
Or if not, then you are told the user does not exist, because when it goes to the database and looks for that combination of username and password, it does not exist. Then maybe it returns an error message telling you that that user does not exist, or that password is wrong, and so on. But the user doesn't see the logic. It is not public.
Yeah.
Now that is why it is hidden.
Oh, okay.
You have understood,
Yeah. So basically, in that the view is the page, the login page is.
Yes.
The controller,
is the logic.
Controller is the query that queries to the model. The model is like a database, let's say, in some way.
The model is like a replica of database presentation as a model.
Okay.
As we shall see, we are going to see that as we proceed.
Okay,
yeah. So we don't put the business logic to the public, because now it's like you're showing all your dirty work to everybody, and then you give your information to bad guys so that they can hack into your system and then manipulate. If you show the business logic, say how the banks calculate loans and people's savings and so on, and you access people's savings in the database, then you can be the next billionaire. But that is not good. We proceed. So the logic is the template. The template is basically a placeholder where you are going to show information. And then the view. So basically the view and the template, they work together. It's basically like they work together, where now the template is basically your HTML and the view populates it, so that from the view, you can return a table that is shown, that is embedded in the template, that you give the end user to see. And the model is basically connected to your database, so that it eases up your queries, the pulling and writing of data to the database. Now your Django project. When you start a new Django project, it creates some of these things for you, even the model, the URLs, as boilerplates, so that when you get down to do your serious work, you start now populating the boilerplates files. With the Django project, you can embed an app inside another app. That is something very good about Django. And you can store your static content. Static content is like your images, your media files, your JS files, your CSS, and your HTML files, and so on. And Django, for Django project, it creates, you need to create a virtual environment so that you can import the necessary Python libraries. Like now, in the previous class, I've heard about TensorFlow and so on. You can now put those in the virtual environment so that they are available for your Django project. We shall understand this better when we get to do the real stuff. When you create your new site, your new Django site, it creates these ones for you, all this. It creates the manage.py that basically runs the command line that lets you to interact with your application and the server, to run application, to stop it, and to do database migrations and so on. And then there is this the settings.py, where you declare your database settings, or basically the settings of your website, even the language, the time zone, the databases that you're going to be using, where the static files are, and so on, so that the application can pull the necessary data from those locations. And there is the WSGI for the communication for the web servers, and also for other servers, ASGI.py. And very important is the URLs. You need to declare every path that you're going to use has to be declared in the URLs.py, so that Django knows that if the user comes with this, the request comes from this URL, the request is taken to the view, and the view now does the logic and then returns the necessary HTTP response to the end user in the web browser. So basically, this is how it works now. That is you out there with the web browser, just clicking things, clicking buttons, filling forms, and so on. The essence of having templates is to avoid repetition of content. Like, for example, if you have 10 or 100 views that you want to make, you have a complicated application that has 100 views, or maybe very many URLs that people can use. You will notice that something like header, the header at the top of where you have the navigation, the home page, contacts, about us, and so on. It would be repeated in all the pages, in all the 100 pages. It would be very tedious to have that, do every page and having that content being repeated. So it's easy to make a template that you can be extending, so that you make a template that has the header, the footer, things that don't change in all the pages. And then inside it, you can be manipulating content, like add a table if it's needed, put a graph, depending on the request. Do an image, put a paragraph, and so on. Views are basically they are Python functions that talk to the models and to the templates, and the results and the view is marked as a URL, as we shall see, and then your database is right there with your data. So what is a model? and it's right there. It's a structure of an object you want to store in a database. I hope we've done object-oriented programming where we have classes and objects. Or you've heard about it, but it's basically the same things that we are discussing here. So if you have a table of users in the database, and the users have an attribute name, maybe age, and maybe what else? An identification number. As a table that exists in the database, you can have now a model with the same things. You can have now the class called user, and then with the ID, the name, age, and so on. And as you can see here, I hope this is not rocket stuff. We've done some Python programming a little bit so that we can read code, because we'll be coding anyway and doing a lot of coding in Python. So assume that this class called message that access the class model from Django has these attributes: an ID, name, message, and a date that was created at. This maps to a table in the database with the same name. And if you worked with databases, you can see that when we say like models.autofield, and this is primary key, is like database language. We are talking about this field is an auto-generated field, and it's basically a primary key. And name is text, and we can give the maximum length of that text field. Maybe in the database is variable character or character varying in Postgres, and varchar in MySQL. I don't know what is in SQL Server, something like that. And then we have date. You have a date field in the database, and now in our model we have this attribute created that, which is basically a datetime field. Now we are trying to map a table called message that exists in the database that has these attributes. So that is your model. So as we can see, model basically is like a replica or a skeleton of what you have in your database. So basically the structure of a table in the database. And the essence why we have this is to assist you to do the saving, that is writing data to the database. You can do the update, you can do the select, you can do the delete, and so on. You can also do just normal SQL queries. And this makes it easier for you because you're not going to be running raw SQLs. Database with Django, it's going to assist you since we have a replica of what you have in the database. It will be now very, very easy to manipulate data in the database without writing raw SQLs, because Django has functions to manipulate data in the database. For example, when you say model.save, that will mean writing to the database. But in the SQL language, you will need to run maybe update this table where what is what and what, or insert this and that where what is what, from just what we know in SQL. And there you have it. So your model goes straight to the database and can create, edit, and request information as you wish. So that this means you can query, you can select, you can pull data, you can insert, and so on with this. This is what is called entity framework or active data object in the .NET language. And here is a repeat of what I've just explained. Let's assume we have a table, we have run this SQL to create a table. This is basically an SQL to create a table, and a table called page with ID, which is of type integer and so on, and is of its primary key, auto increment. These have title, which is variable character of length 60, not null once again, permalink, variable character of length 12, and the date time, not null, and we have the text, not null, and then commits. This is just a simple SQL statement, and this now in Django it's mapped to a model. When this SQL runs, it's gonna create a table in this database, a table with this name. Now Django will create a model from this table that you've created, and this is what you'll get. You'll get a model of class with a class page, which this is, it should be similar name to the name of the table. And then we have title, which is character field, and title here was yes, variable character. This is what it's mapped in. And then we have the text field, update date, which is date time, and the permalink that is of character. Same thing that we have here, same representation. So this this model will be a representative of this table, and this table exists in the database. So view. Views, this is where you do your logic. In sometimes this is loosely connected to what in Java is called controller. Because views, you write now your logic, and your logic will be basically functions, Python functions that now will be addressing the requests that come from the end user. When the user does the login, now the login function will be in view. And then if that login function returns true, then we forward the content to the template. Or you know that you can redirect to a new page. You can also do a URL that fetches data. For example, this function here fetches JSON data. From JavaScript, we know that we can do an AJAX call. That is a synchronous JavaScript XML HTTP request to return data, so that data goes back to JavaScript, and then JavaScript maybe loads. We give that to a mapping API, or we can give that to a chatting API or chatting library done in JavaScript, so that now we can plot a graph. Or you can plot the stuff on a map. So what the view does is it gets the request from the user, that is HTTP request, and it passes it, and then outputs a response. Just like we know that the work of a server is just to listen for requests. Listen to requests, And if it can handle that request, it returns a response. And if it can't handle a request, it returns a 404 message telling you that that page cannot be found or problems and so on. And if you give a long URL, you get 500 or maybe server error or something like that, and so on. So basically, a view is where you put your logic. And now this connects the front end, what the user sees, to the model. So the view will run a function that does the select, the database database queries from the model. So the view will not be seen. The view functions will not be seen, and the model will not be seen. What the user will be seeing will be now the response that has come from the request. Now here is where the template comes in. The same. Here we had, sorry, this function in view. What does it? Returns a JSON response. That is JSON data. That is key comma value sort of data. That is JSON formatted data. Now this one returns a page with some data coded as context. So you can pass a page and forward some data also with that page, what you are calling context here. Like for example, when the user logs in and you want to forward to a success page or welcome page, we would like to show the user maybe welcome. If the user is called James, welcome James, but the content is in a page. It is another page, not the login. First, he starts with the login, keys in the credentials. Then, when he clicks on submit, he's taken to a new page, and the new page has a welcome message with his name. Now you wonder, how did his name move from the login page to now the welcome page? It is done this way, so that we get the name or the necessary data that we need to pass to the next page. We put it at a context, and you see in context we have we put it in JSON this is a Python dictionary. So back to your Python skills. We encoded that into a dictionary where we have the key value representation of data, and then we pass that to, we run this, we render, and we see we have a parameter that is given here, which is an HTML file. This is a template, and the context that has the data that you want to pass to that page, and the request. So that when you run this function, this is what is returned, and the user is taken to this page, and that information is also forwarded to that page. So let's look at this page called get HTML. It's basically this. This might look interesting. You see, it's not like normal HTML page that we are used to. You see some interesting tags, some interesting characters in there. These are Django characters that come from Django framework as scriptlets. If you look at the first statement, it says extends layout.html. It means that there's an HTML page with this name. And if you look at this page, this get HTML page doesn't look like a complete web page where we have the title, the headers, the meta tags, and the closing and the opening of the HTML and closing tags. We don't have that. We see like some customized content that is forwarded to that page. That is why we call this template. And the reason we have this is because it extends. There is another page that is called layout.html that carries other content. Maybe it has the headers and the footers. So what this thing does, it's just going to insert this table onto that page. Instead of repeating the header and the footer for every page, you just forward the necessary stuff and just run this if you want to include the other static content. Now, to load your static data, that is your CSS files, your JavaScript files, we run this. You write this load static, where static, it has been declared in settings.py as the path to your static content. If you look at if you look at this, you find some funny characters inside here. And you see that we forwarded this content to this page called get.html. What did we forward? We forwarded some data. Now we need to access that data on that page. And you see, we are accessing this. There's something that has a key code path. And where is it? It's here. We define that path, takes this, and then we have received headers, so on. So here we access the content that we passed when we returned this response. So that's how you're able to pass data to another page and access it. And you see, Django makes your life very easy by just having this double curly braces and then the key, because you passed a dictionary object to it. And so on. So proceed. URLs. So a URL is basically a web address. What you see on the top of the browser is basically a URL. And a URL assists, it's very important to assist you in navigating between pages, so that, and the URLs should be unique to avoid conflict of pages, and to be able to uniquely define your URL so that you access the right page that you need. Now in Django, we need to configure every possible URL that we can get for your web application. And what Django does is to match that URL to a view. It matches that URL to a view. So basically what you have in URLs here, these are views. And views, we say that views is made of functions. So what this means is that we have, for example, this path, get template. It means we have a function that is called, if we go to views, we get a function that is called get template. And we have in views again, we can get a function that is called form template. We have get JSON view that we have just seen. Yes, get template view as a function. We also had this one, get JSON view. We have defined those ones here now in URLs. When you give a URL that cannot be matched and cannot be mapped to a view, in Django, it will return an error telling you that page not found, and then gives you a stack trace of your problem. And you can see URLs is basically a Python file where you declare the paths and the URLs that you have in your project, so that Django looks at the URLs from the user or the request from the user and matches, so that if it gets a request from a URL that reads get JSON, then it goes to the view and executes this function and does this. With the URLs, you can do also some interesting stuff with it. You can do, you write the URLs like this. And also like this, where if you put these characters, Django will try to match, so that the necessary URL is matched to a view and a response is returned. I shall get back to the details of this, so don't get scared at this point. When you do a new Django project, Django installs for you an admin module, so that you are able to manage data and also to manage users. So Django lets you create a super user and other users that you might need to create for your project. Another nice thing about it is that with the forms, you can Django can create has this module that assists you to create forms, so that you don't have to be doing a lot of front-end work trying to do HTML forms and so on. So you can create a form and then pass it in the view, and then the form is shown on the browser. Another thing is, if you have created your database and your database has some tables, and you would like to map those tables to be Django models in your project, you can run just one statement that goes to the database and now auto-generates models for you. That would be really nice. Just running one statement and it does for you. And there are also the other way around. Say you have a database, but you don't have a table. But you have a model that you have defined that has several attributes, and you want to map that model that you have created to a database table. Django can do that for you by just running migrations, so that it creates the tables in the database. And you must have defined the database credentials in the settings.py, so that Django knows what database to go look for, and then what table to go and create in that database. So now we've talked a lot. Now we try to do some stuff Now, before I proceed, maybe something that is not clear, you can pose a question and we see. Or maybe something you would like to seek clarification for. Yes, this is your time. You can throw your question. Before we proceed now to doing stuff, I'm not going to preach again. We are going to do now stuff. Get our hearts dirty so that these things get into our hands.
I have a question.
Yes.
Okay, this is the first time I'm hearing about this.
Okay, welcome.
And everything seems to be in Greek.
Don't worry.
My only question is, okay, where is this leading to, if I may ask? I'm honestly lost, you know. I'm just trying to, you know, understand. Honestly, this is the first time I'm interacting with this.
Okay, good question. I'll answer it like this. I'll answer it like a layman. Whatever we are doing here, whatever, if it's data analytics, you are going to generate products from your analytics. Now, are you going to keep those products to yourself, or you're going to share to the world, or go to show your boss, or how are you going to share those things? You need, one way is to share your products to the world. Then you might find that your data analytics, you are dealing with data every day. Data changes every day. So you'll have products that are not static. Maybe graphs, say you're working in stock market, things change, the currencies drop and rise, and you would like to show that to the public. Then we'll have to think about how are we going to show this to the public. You can do an Excel sheet, do a PDF, and probably attach it to an email and send it to people. Or you keep the results to yourself. Now, supposing now we need to have live updates. For example, say elections. People are tensed out here. They want to see results every 2 minutes or 3 minutes. They're checking their computers. They want to see their results. How are you going to show those results? In most cases, you show those results in a website with the varying graphs and data that comes in every minute and so on, graphs that keep changing all the time. So the thing is, the reason why we are doing this is for your, remember, the users are not data analytics professionals. They're just simple people like me and you who want to see a graph that says today is hot, tomorrow is cold, and we are fine. Now, the task is, how do you serve such users like you and me? We need to present our content in a way that is easy to the user, and that is through a website. So we need to push through these products that you get from your analytics. We need to put them out there for people to see. So that is where now your Django comes in. Remember, it's not only Django that can do this. You can also do it in Java. You can do it in PHP. There are many other platforms that can be done. This is just one of them. So we are doing this so that you can publish your work, so that your work can be seen by many people and can be accessed real time. Remember, not always that you'll be working with static data. You might be working with real-time data that streams every 15 minutes. And we need to show results real. in real time as well. So this is why we are doing this. Am I making sense?
Yes, you are.
Now you are not
Yes,
lost
you are.
anymore. We are thinking about how are you going to share the products that you create from your analytics and share them to the people in the streets who are not even they are not programmers. But they are people who can read graphs and they can see, okay, the market is like this today, like that, and so on, and then they can make decisions and such. So that is why we are doing this. And you see, this connects very well to what you've done, to what we've just done in the previous class on the neural networks, where you have the products that you're going to generate, you're going to share them. So, and then you can do it in one platform where you do your neural networks. The products pass them to view, and then we have a URL that we can run in the browser, and then we see the results in real time. Hope now it's getting better. Eh?
Yeah, it is.
Good. Any other question?
Thank you, Kanyare. A quick one.
Yes.
With regard to what we are doing, can we limit it to like only certain people can view? Are there elements of security and privacy?
Yes. And Django has that content, that stuff about security. Yes, you can secure your website. For example, I see some website when you try to visit, you are told you cannot access this content because of your country. Maybe you are trying to access content that is meant for US users, but you are here in Nairobi. Then you are told that that content is not allowed in your country. And such. Also, you can limit by user privileges, where if people want to see users, maybe they have to be logged in or they have to be subscribed, so that you can now try to limit your content to the users that you want to consume your content. You can also have what we call a two-step authentication, where people can, if people are using your content, before they log in, they have to log in with their password and username, and then you confirm by their phone, and a code is sent to their phone that they can key back, so that we confirm they are not robots. And also you can limit, if you're sharing sensitive stuff, then you have to think about now, to what level can the users drill in your data? Now that comes back to your business logic. Maybe you don't have to share what is contentious, or say maybe things that are threat to national security and so on. But in terms of access, you can use the standard IT protocols, you can do the IPs, you can limit what IPs can access your content. And then you can address also what users can access by subscription or by logins, so that nobody can just come into your site and view content. And you can also do the moderation of the users. I see some places where you log in and then you expect to be the feedback from the owners to accept you or reject you. All right. Any other question?
Can it also be embedded within, can it also be embedded within a company website? So like the data I want to project, if it's whatever data I want to share, I want it to still within the company website. Is that possible?
Yes, it can be done. What you'll do is there is something that we call APIs, Application Programming Interface. For example, you can hide this application, and then your website only does requests for data from that application, and the data is returned as JSON, and then you can put it in your website. Or you can have a link that points to to your application and connects to your website. Or you can also have the entire project being part of your company website as a subdomain, so that you have control of data. You know, here in Kenya, we don't want to share data. We want to control everything. So you control everything from your server room, and you only allow what needs to go out. Or you can now hide that application so that it's not accessible to the public. Only an API call from your website goes to your application that is hidden, so that it's not accessible to public. Or if you just want to have access just for your company, you can now bind it in the local area network so that it's not accessible outside. You can only access it while you're in that network. That is company's network. So it depends on the problem that you want to solve.
Thank you.
All right. I see it's 10. Oh, is it? Hey, it's almost coming to 12. So we take a 10 minutes break. At 12, we do now some stuff with our hands. Unless there's a question, I'm here to answer.
I had a question. Is there a preferred database that we should work with, or we can work with any? SQLite, Oracle, SQL, also what you recommended post?
For the databases, we can work with Postgres.
Okay.
But you can also work with the others. The only thing we need is to declare in the settings that this is a database I'm going to use, whether it's Oracle, MySQL, or SQL Server. You list them there so that Django knows that this is the database that you're working on. If you don't define any other, it will just take the default, and the default is SQLite, as we shall see in the settings. .py.
Okay.
Yes.
And then does database matter for GIS related work?
Sorry?
So does the database, is there any correlation between the database and the GIS work that we're doing? So mapping or anything like that?
Yes, and that is the reason why I recommended Postgres, because now with the other databases, they have a problem handling spatial data, that is GIS data. Like MySQL has a problem, it's not very good. And SQLite, not very good. But Postgres, SQL Server, Oracle, they are very good at handling GIS data. GIS data is basically data that has location, and we need to do spatial queries. And spatial queries, I mean things like, is Nairobi in Kenya? Maybe database can answer that. A database that supports spatial data can answer such a question. Or what are the neighboring countries to Kenya? Those are just an example of spatial query that can be run with a spatially enabled database. And Postgres is very good at that. And also SQL Server from Microsoft. So as we go on, we get to understand what database is good for what work.
Perfect. Thank you.
Hello. Hi, I've sent you some message on chat.
Yes, let me check.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I've seen it.
So, do I uninstall it or what do I do?
Heading next week.
Oh, okay.
At least we can use it for today. You know, even if you uninstall, your project can be ported. You can save your project and then you can import it later when you install now the next version.
Okay.
Yes, but at least for today you can get rolling. Eh?
Sawa, thanks.
Okay. I think now we can continue. All right, so now, we are going to do this together. Navigate in your computer and create a folder. You can give it a name like analytics or other name that you prefer. Right, create your folder. Then we go to command prompt.
Excuse me, like?
Yes.
What are we doing?
We are creating a folder and give it a name somewhere in your computer.
Okay.
You can create maybe in your documents or in D drive or in another drive. Just a folder that we are going to be working on. And give it a name, analytics, or any other name that you prefer. All right. And that should be very easy. Yes. And welcome to black screen. After you create it, note the path where it is.
Okay.
And then we do some tricks using command prompt. We navigate to that directory in command prompt using cd command. This is basic computer science. So this is what we are doing. We are creating a folder. A folder in your computer, you can give it a name. Say I want to see what is happening. All right, I have D drive. I want to navigate. To create a directory from command prompt, you can just write mkdir, call it analytics. Then you cd to it. Then I'm in that folder. Now I want to see if my Python ready. Is my Python ready to do stuff? My Python ready? I can type Python. Let me see if Python exists. You want to check if you have Python in your computer. Yes, I have Python. Because if even if we create a folder and we don't have Python installed and we can't access it, it will be very hard for us to code to install Django and to do some hello world application. So for me, the Python is ready, and type exit. So I go back. Now I know my Python is ready. So I'm now here. My Python is ready, and I've created a folder that I'm going to be working on. So anybody stuck? Silence means we are ready. So we proceed to the next step is to create a virtual environment. And check that you're using Python 3, not Python 2.7. So we create a virtual environment called my app. And the command is written there, pm switch m vn. And then enter. All right, the virtual environment is created. And we need to activate it. So we can type. I'm following what we have here in the PowerPoint. Yes, now the virtual environment is activated. Yeah, anybody stuck? You can just share your screen.
Yeah, I'm stuck. I can't even share the screen because it has nothing.
Yeah.
Like, well, I just opened a folder and from there, I really don't know what you're doing.
What we do is, say you created your folder here. Let me say I want to, in documents, I want to create a folder. And you've done
Yes.
this. And you called it that, for example. You have that.
Yes,
Then you got lost from there. Sorry for that. So
yes.
now we are trying to access this folder from command prompt. If you don't know the path to the folder, you can just double click on it and then copy what you read here. This is what you need. Copy that, copy. Let me open another CMD so that CMD. And then navigate to that. I've copied the path. Then here it says CD. That CD and then copy paste that folder that you have created. Where basically this is the path to the folder. Are we together?
Yeah.
And then when you enter, you are there.
Okay.
So this takes you to, now this takes you here. Anyway, let's continue from where you have. Now, do this. We want to create a directory because in that folder, we can have several projects on that folder. So, so let's create a virtual environment so that whatever we are going to create as Django applications, in that folder, we are going to be using one virtual environment. That is, we are going to install Django once. so that we are not going to be installing Django all the time when you are creating a new application, because we have set one virtual environment where all the libraries that are needed to run the Django application will be put. So we write, we now create a virtual directory, a virtual environment with, is your Python ready? Type Python there. We want to check it's ready. You should get something like that, 3 point something. So your Python is ready.
Is the Python supposed to be in the analytics folder?
No, this is what we are doing here is we are checking, is Python installed in your machine? Remember last time we said that we need Python to do Django. Just type Python there. You see, what do you get there?
Yes.
You get something.
Yes, mine is version 3.85.
Ah, nice. Any other person with problem? Okay, I think we are good. So we exit. That was just to check if our Python is ready for our work. Because if the Python is not ready, then it means we cannot proceed with the installations of Django and then doing a hello world application that we need to do today. So type exit, and exit is a function. Type that so that we go back to your folder. Now we go back to the notes. Yes. So I have the notes side by side and code on this side. So we are here. We created that. We can create another folder called Django apps inside the same folder. Now we are not going to do to go to File Explorer. We just type some command mkdir, make directory, call it Django apps. And you enter. We run the next command, that is making a virtual environment. Virtual environment is to have a consolidation of the modules and the packages, the Python packages that we need to get Django running. So we type py, the same as typing Python, is just a short form of that. Switch m, venv, then a name, virtual environment called my app. And then once you type, you enter. Creating a virtual environment. It takes a while. Well, the cursor has returned. And now we need to activate this. We need to activate this virtual environment by typing the name /S scripts /activate.bat. Bat is a batch file. Enter. Oh, it's not recognized. Oh, and I did not CD. I did not CD to it.
I think it's the slashes.
Has yours worked?
Yes, you use the this forward slash, not backslash.
Sorry. yeah, the problem of slashes. Sorry. Thanks for that. All right, there. And you see now something changes here. It means this is a virtual, it is activated. This virtual environment is active. Now we just need to install Django using type py. Now we are installing Django framework into that folder. Py switch m pip install Django. Now it's going to fetch Django for you and install it there. It takes a short while. It depends on the speed of your network. And if you look at the log, what is happening? You see, what is it doing? It's get fetching packages and putting them there. And it has put Django 3.0. And then there's a warning there that I'm using a pip version that is old and gives me a hint on what I need to do. I can just copy this. That is Python mpip install. Okay. So that I get rid of that warning. Yeah, and now you have Django ready. Now you are ready to write Django app. And we can look at the Django version that you have. It is Django admin version. Check what version of Django we have. That is Django admin. Can now type Django admin. Switch version. thought I saw something running here and then died. All right. You can skip that so we can proceed. Anyway, Django is installed. So now, now we start a project. We start a project by running this command, Django admin start project test app. This. And if we go to that folder, we want to examine what is the content of that folder. Oh, I see, Gikonyo, you're installing. The command is this. You can see what I'm doing. It is Django admin start project test app, where test app is that is what this is what I've typed there in the chat. Django admin project start project test app, where test app is just an app to get started. Can give it a nicer name. Okay, done that. I want to examine what is happening in the folder that we created. Yes, I want to examine what is happening in the folder that I created. The folder is in, I created the folder in documents, see users, documents, analytics, documents, analytics, yes, here. And you see we created a virtual environment. A virtual environment, we called my app. And what does it contain? It basically contains libraries. Yes, very many libraries. As I explained earlier, that one, I'm looking at this path and I've created test app from this app. When I run this Django admin start project test app, it created this folder. What does it contain? And there you have the manage.py, test.app, the urls.py, settings.py. It doesn't have models.py, but you can create it. ASGI and all that. Okay. And even views doesn't have, but you can add. This is just a template. This is just a boilerplate, whatever. Right, so now we have something that we can work on. And what you see in that folder is basically things that we just discussed in this class. We had the urls.py, and I can open this in say, Notepad. And what do I see? I have URL patterns, so on. I can open settings.py just to have a look. And now these are the application settings. Where you can security key, the allowed hosts, the installed apps, middleware, the URLs, and the templates, where the templates are. That if we create templates, where are we going to put them? we declare that in settings, the directory that has the templates, the name of the application, that is the WSGI. The databases, this is where you define the database, the engine and the name. Like if, for example, you look at this, take the default is SQLite 3. You can include, you see, this is a Python dictionary. You can include many others if you need. And if you want to change the default, you can change now this to point to the database that you need. And here you have the validators for passwords, and that is for security stuff. The language, time zone, so on, and then the static URL. This is the pointer to the folder that has the static files. If you have the CSS files, the images, you have JavaScript files, you put them under static. So that was your part on examining the content of that folder. And then what do you see there? Django creates for you some boilerplates for you. Anybody stuck? Now we want to see if that boilerplate works. Grace is stuck at virtual environment. Okay. Okay. Okay, anybody stuck? You can throw a chat. But I'm going to paste all these steps in the charts for everybody, so that in case you're stuck, you can try to cross check. Okay, if you're stuck, just throw a chat. Now that we have created a test app, some boilerplate Django app, we want to test, does this thing work? Since now we have looked at the files that were created, were generated, auto-generated by Django, the URLs, the WSGI settings, and so on. And we have examined the content of settings is basically what you need to define for your application to use, defining the databases, where are the static files, what apps are needed, the time zone, the language, so on. We can run now your boilerplate by typing py manage.py run server, just simple as that. And then you go to the web browser. It says, those who are having problems with py, you can try writing Python to do the same thing. Like you can say Python manage instead of py, or py to mean the same thing. Manage.py run server. Yeah, I get an error because I need to navigate to the test app. Because if you look at this folder, I'm trying to run a file called manage.py that doesn't exist here. Where is this file? The file is in test app. And here is a file that I need to run. So I correct this by cding to test app, cd test app. cd to it. And then I can repeat that code. Run server. Yes, and then we have an application that you run now. We are trying now to run our app. our boilerplate app, and you have an address down there. Copy this address, take it to your browser, and tell me what you see. And also take a look at the log. It says it is developing, it is using whose settings? Settings.py file in test app. Test app, this file called settings. So it is using basically the settings that you've set there in this settings.py file in that folder. Run this in your browser. .8. Yes, run that in the browser. Tell me what you see. So the address is 127.0.0.1 with the port of 8000. Oh. Yes, you have a welcome page now. Now you have your Django is ready. And congratulations. And let's take a look at the log. If you have a problem, just put it in the chats. I'm reading. You should get such a page. Now that is your hello world page. So your Django is ready. So now something for you to do, go to the folder where we have test app this. we create a folder. We create a folder now here, and we call it template. Template. And inside it, create an HTML file and call it any name. I think we are gurus in web design, so just basic HTML page with nothing, just paragraph and a heading. Simple as that. We put it there in templates as a .html file. And we can create a simple file. I'm just typing, creating a very basic web page with nothing, just a title and a paragraph. I save this file, save as. Very simple page, nothing fancy about it, just for testing. And I put it in templates. And the page is there. So now I need to go to create. We have two missing things here: views.py and model.py. So here we can create a file. Go to Notepad. Save it in views. It's a Python file. We talked about the text editors that you can use last time. You can use this Notepad++. You're also free to use Visual Studio Code, PyCharm, and so on. Like for example, to open in PyCharm or in your other text editors, you just right-click on one of these files, then open with that. Then it will carry even this to show you the directory tree, and then you are able to have the view of each of the files side by side. Views.py and then model, yes, models.py. We also need another one called models.py. Models.py. So now I think we are right. And in the views, we write this. And then you save your file. I just type some text and make sense to you. In the files that we have created, go to the file called views.py and just type this code. There's an import that is down up there. We need to import HTTP response so that when the request comes with this, and then we return this. Now we can also bring in our template. can write a function, and then function takes up the request. So then 1, 2, 3, 4. Say template equals, we had something in templates. Templates dot, what was the name of that file? Index.html. Index.html. Do we have context? We don't have context. You can just leave it empty. Can pass something else later. Then you say return render the response request template and context. Template and context. We are just populating this views.py using some basic stuff, just to get to understand what is really happening. Just two functions. Remember that in these views is where we are going to be populating with the business logic that we have. And for models, we don't have something in the database unless we want to save something in a database as well. Yeah, we can leave it at that. We need to also go to settings. We need to declare where these templates are. We go to settings.py and do that. And since we have defined these ones, we also need to define them in the view. And we also need to add some input from import render. Yes, because here we have the render function, and if we run it without the import, Python will gonna complain about not finding where this is defined, and it will throw an error. Okay. Check the charts now. Somebody with a problem. I hope you're all together, and if you have problem, just type it in the chats so that I don't end up just talking to myself. Okay. Yeah. Now, having done that, I hope you're with me. We created these files. We need to update settings.py, and that file is here. We need to go to where the templates are. Remember, we created a directory called templates. We need to declare now to tell Django that this template, the templates are here in this folder. So that we go to dir, and inside there we type now we type os.path.join. We have base dir. that. Our app was called test app. And in it, we have a folder called templates. And comma, we can also have that. So there we have defined, and you save. There's something that we need to remember. We have not touched the models yet. We now need to go to URLs and update what we have in the views. URLs here. Oh, it has already updated.
Go back on the DIRS.
On settings. Okay. There. Go to templates. We created some basic HTML file and we put it at the templates. We need to tell Django that this is a directory to look for templates. And so we put it there, and you can add more directories if you have. Because here you have a Python list. You can list the directories that have your templates there. So that is done.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Let's go to views. We have, which view is this? No, what URL is that? Yes, here. I think I have too many things here. So yes, these URLs. If you go to the URLs .py, you find looks like this. Now we need to add more paths so that we can access this view, the views that we have defined here, two of them. There is home and there is index home. We need to put these to map them into URLs. So we go to urls.py and we type URL, copy that, and row strings in Python are that. These, we need to map them. We need to go to views dot home, where what is home? Home is the function that you have defined here. In views, there is this home. So views dot home. And I can give it a name. Name equals home. Comma. What else do we need? We need to add. We also need to do some import from Django. Import URL so that we don't get problems having this and we have not used it. What do we want to be our homepage? Index views. Yes, index home request. We can make this to be home. When you open that, you get that. So request home URLs. Type path. When nothing is declared, we go to views dot index home. Name got index. No comma there. Okay. So now our files are ready. And you can see what is happening here. It is hot loading. It updates the server as we save the files. It's called hot loading. And it complains there is a problem. Views is not found. Views.
What's after the name?
Name equals index.
Name, then what? Then the
equals.
Yeah? Equals. Oh,
Equals. Yes.
okay.
Yes. It complains because we have not imported these views, so we need to import. And we say from everything, from the root, import views. Because I see from the hot loading, it complains of errors and says views is not found because we have not imported it. So we save, we see it goes quiet. Inconsistent of tabs and spaces indentation. In what file? In views.py. Indentation problems.
I think go to
Yes.
the else.py.
Yes, I'm there.
That's where the indentation is.
Witness.
On the urls.py file.
Sawa.
On the URL.
Yes, just switch the tab.
Sawa.
On the urls.py.
Yes, here.
Yes. Oh, I thought it's line 19.
No, it says line. These are usual problems. Line 10. Line 10 in this.py.
Okay.
And here.
Ah, okay.
Yes, I don't understand why it's complaining of. Should be 4 spaces. 1, 2, 3, 4. You're having same problems?
No,
or
but
yeah, mine, I don't know what's the problem.
On line 12, backspace line 12, right before yes, there on line 12, backspace it. Again, so that it can come up. Yes, try that one. It should work. Is it okay now?
We are waiting for problems to be listed here. Inconsistent use of tabs.
Your arrow, your brackets are not same. On line 11, yes.
This, that, and that.
Yeah. Just maybe delete them and type again.
I'll just remove it.
Okay.
Yes, and then it will complain of this one. I'm passing no context. See if there are problems. Tabs and spaces. The life of a programmer is very hard. Small things, a lot of stress. Now it's fine. We go to the address. We go to the address. I think it's that address. Still working. What does it say? Template does not exist at index.html. Templates does not exist. It's home working. It's home working. Slash home. Yes, home is working. Hello, you are here at home here. Home is working, it returns this. I want to check if that folder has that name. Is it called template? Or where did I keep it? Maybe I did. It says it can't find this file. template does not exist. Did I save settings? In the first place, did I save settings? Yes, settings saved. Is yours running? Or you're getting same problems?
What are we copying again?
We are testing. We wrote something in the views. We have two things. We have home in view, and if we go to URLs, we have home. We have defined what when the user types /home, what happens? It goes to views.home, and then views.home. Views.home. Where is it? Here it is. Views. This home. What does it do? It returns this. This one has worked. If you go to the browser, yes, that has worked. And you see what we are discussing about mapping the URLs. You see this /home, it must have been defined in the URLs here. Here.
So I don't know how you put it.
When I type nothing, which should go to views.index.home, it complains of templates.
That's going to be.
We can get rid of that template. Then we see if template is a problem. This. If template is a problem, we can also do something else, which is this. If that template is a problem, then we can do that and declare template here now. Template.
My page is not found.
Yes. Let's see if that one works. Yes, and we can go and see. If we type nothing, what does it do? Oh, it says invalid argument. See that. Let's fix that to see. The same problem. Invalid argument in invalid argument. Okay, fine. That should work. Let's see. All right. All right, so that should work now. You can put your plain HTML content there. I don't know why the templates are not working, but basically that. Anyway, you can fix that. I see models is empty still. If you need to add more functions that listen to requests and they give a response, you can write as many and also declare them in URLs. So you can have as many as that. So that when a URL is run, it goes to the view and finds the function that has been defined. Yes. We don't have anything in the database. We can create a model. Go to models.py. Now here you can create your model. And you can create an item, maybe student, with just two things. the name and student number. So we create model. Class. Class. Student. Models.model. A student with only two things. 1, 2, 3, 4. Last name equals models dot. The name should not be longer than 20 characters, for example, and two things here, only student ID. Which is of type integer. So models dot small integer. And we can also make this one to be primary key. Unique identifier primary key equals true. A table with only 2 columns. We can add right. Here we have to do the importation. From Django.db.models. Django.db.models. So that we can use this model. Okay, and we can save now. Saved. So if you want Django to create a table, we run the migrate now. The table to be created in SQLite. We run the migrate. And we have it here. Make migrations. Changes detected. Now our database is being created.
How do you go back?
Yes. Going back is you hit control and pause. Control key down and pause. And they're saying it there to, where is that thing? Yes, here. To quit the server, control break. Maybe if you look for break key in your keyboard, you will not find it. It's pause, the pause key. Somewhere at the right hand corner.
Thank you.
Then we run migrations. Sorry? We remember we created a model with only two things. We created a model with only two things, and the model is here. It's basically a student who's with the last name and student ID. Simple. And we have declared that this field is primary key. And a student ID will be an integer. And last name is character of length, maximum length 20. We don't have this table in the database anywhere. We don't have it. We need to, with Django, you can go back and forth. You can move from database to create a model, or from model to have a table in the database. So it makes you develop apps very quickly. And to do this, to now have map this model onto a table into a database, we run the migrate and make migrations. And you see what is happening. You look at the log. And so on. And if you go back now to your test app, you find your database there. It's now written. Your database is there as an SQLite file. An SQLite database. Basically, it's a file system-based database. There it is. If we had declared, if we had declared that the database would be, say, settings here, the engine would be Postgres. It would go to Postgres database and then create the new tables there. But since in our case we use the default SQLite, so SQLite, so that is what it does. It created your databases here. So you can move back and forth. Anybody stuck or question? Just post it in the chats. All right, and then we will now, I'll leave you to practice. At least now we have touched a few things. And I see we've sat so many hours. I think we can practice. At least you have a head start. Even if you go to Google and read a little bit, at least you'll be able to connect dots or remember maybe something that was mentioned in the class. So I think we can now conclude, and then we can continue next time. So next time, yes, ask question.
Yeah, no, I was going to ask, will you be sharing these slides?
Yes, will be shared.
Okay, thank you.
And so there you are. Now you are ready to go to Geo. Yes.
Are you available in the course of the week such that if someone is going through this and they reach out, we can actually reach out to you?
Yes, please. I think we have our WhatsApp group, eh?
Yeah.
Yes.
All right.
Catch me there. I'm there. Catch me there if you have problems, and we can fix it. Or you have issues, we can get it fixed there. So now from next, we'll finish up in our next class and then jump to a little bit of geo stuff now.
Okay, thank you very much, David. And also thank you very much for your participation. For the ones who are still holding on, I know it's a bit late. I think we just took that long because it was a bit technical today, but no problem. I'll be sharing with you the slides and also the notebook if you for your like practice later. And then yeah, we can touch the final bits next session. So yeah, unless anybody has a question, I think we can conclude. And if you're good to go, then you have a nice weekend. And then we catch up next Saturday. Bye.
Have a good weekend too. Bye.
You too.
Bye. Thank you.
Bye.
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 Happy leave. Aish. Amen.
Yeah, so David, you can end the meeting because I made you the host.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we end the meeting.
Yeah, just